Good morning, good morning. Or afternoon, I should say. I almost made it. Well, I was just getting things ready to go here. Gonna be another good day. 3D modeling. I have a confession to make. I was trying out Onshape yesterday, and I think I like it. It has its charm. Maybe we'll have some fun with it later. I'm just working on my breakfast here, which is the reason why there's no camera. I don't think you guys want to see me eat. Beef, eggs, bacon, a little bit of butter. It's all right. Some salt, a little bit of pepper on the eggs. And then I got some yogurt and some berries and mixed nuts. Not too bad. So I think left's off. And a big jug of water. Can't forget the water. So um, we left off yesterday. Or the day before, I should say. Yesterday I didn't stream because I had a bunch of errands to run, and then when I got home, I was going to, but then I was just tired. And I really didn't want to. Just needed some chill time. Okay. So 3D mouse here. We have sketches, main sketches that we can use to make things shorter with, right? it's kind of like a top-downy sort of thing. So I defined like a major sketch beforehand, and then now we created components on how to do things. So we have our sketch of what our side panel is supposed to look like. I think we were doing the side assembly, right? So the side assembly has... Sorry, I'm mumbling my words again. Let me stretch my face out. Massage the jaw. La 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 la. Okay. Yeah, so what we have an assembly. It's based on this sketch here, this side panel. Side base. Base. And then we determined last time, like, we figured out a good way to reuse these components and then change the length of them based on something else for ease of placement, I guess. I don't even know how you want to call that. It's just like maybe instead of just drawing over and over and over again, it's like, how do I make this one line this section? So kind of making it like a frame generator of sorts. So we, in the last video, or the last live stream, we just made everything with the pipe command, which makes everything on the center line. But a lot of the times, that's not how we build things in real life. So if you were to sit on this on a bench, 6, you'd want to line up the corner, right? That makes sense. You line up the corner, you line up the corner, you line up the corner. If those angles are cut right, everything should work out. Or you can measure it off. Right, so we have a height dimension from here to here, and then you put some gauge blocks or whatever in there. And you define that corner, and you define this corner. You could define this corner as well. Or you can measure over, and I can give you a tangent point that you can put a pin in somewhere. So say this was like a big grid. It's like, how would I give this to you in a way that you could do some blocks, right? Or some fixturing. That would be ideal, because then if I'm going off hard points that I know are like within what 5 thousandths or thousandths of an inch, then the end product is going to be quite good. Plus or minus a 16th or something. Just 0.03. 30 thou is, I think, acceptable. Well, 16th is, or sorry, that's a 32nd. 0.065 is a 16th. Pretty small, considering how big of something we're working with. So yeah, kind of keep that in mind. Like when you're building stuff for fabrication, this is what makes your drawings or makes your packages or what makes my packages worth more money, or actually worth buying, is that I'm trying to figure out stuff like this. So if it's like, do you have a fixture table? Okay, well, let's design. I'll make your drawings based on a fixture table. You know, like how would I make this? How do you want to make it? Is there symmetrical tolerance? Stuff like that. So let's get back to the modeling. Um, Trying to get ready here. I don't know if I'm hungry or thirsty, but there's something. Ah, it's so friggin' cold. So cold. I said it was so cold. Man, that's cold. Not as cold as Bud Light. I don't really hear any music. That's the music. As it now? Is it being output? Strange, I can't tell. Hold, please. Sergeant Angel to the manager's office. Sergeant Engel. Sergeant Engel. Sergeant Engel. There is something there. There is something there. There is something there. There is something there. No. The normal volume. Yeah, it's almost you can barely hear it. That's just because of the song that's playing really low. Really, really, really low. 30, 35. Probably gonna have to move that down a little bit. It's probably too loud now. I'd like to have it around 35 or so. So if I have, I'm hoping that's okay. Because the music is kind of, the music is hiding the background noise from my environment. Apologies for that. That's what I was trying to work on this morning, trying to get that out, but unfortunately, just there's too much wind noise in here. I think I'm getting palate fatigue from the eating the same thing every day in, day out. Need to make something else, but there's not really a whole lot. You have some shrimp or something today? Okay, we can turn on the camera pretty well. Done eating or doing whatever that is. Okay, so I was doing so replicating these sides again like I did before. So this was using the align command. And then if you use the align command, it's kind of like using the move command. You have to capture the position of this. So see how it's not really in the right position. So if I were to do that again and go from here to there, and we could say, you know, what angle do we want it on? It'll flip it around for us. And then maybe we can even do a like if this sketch was longer right here, just to create, we should probably use not a collinear. It's directly in line with each other. So we can create a driven dimension and just call that whatever we want, because this came beforehand. And then this is literally just that. So 230. This is kind of like a roundabout way of doing things too. So take that for what you will. It's a workaround for everything here. So there's a few things that are being done here that are like afterwards in the timeline of this particular, oh, you know what I did? Did I not paste new? Yeah, I don't think I did. Pasted a new. Just gonna call this one support. Support 1, I guess. Side support 1. So in this particular thing, there's some stuff that is going on here in its location that I don't particularly need, right? But it has, based on this position that it was in before. So I could roll back this, say to about here, and then I could, it's all the same, like deleting all this, the same stuff. I can't, sometimes you can reuse it, sometimes you can't. So this, I think this is one of the times where it's probably not great to reuse these. So I'm just gonna get rid of them. Back to the side assembly, and we're kind of hopping around here because we want to make sure that when we joint this to here, because the joint is the right way to do this, we could do the capture position. Capturing position will capture everything in the model, so you have to be a little bit more careful with it, but it also gives you a little bit more power too. So I've been using joints so far, so that's what I'm gonna do. And I've also been using the joint origin and not just the sketch. Oops, I didn't want to capture the position. See, that's what I mean. It's really easy to like put stuff in there that you don't want to use and a few other things. It's not good. It's not great. So side assembly for this one. Let's turn on the joint origin again. We'll leave the sketch on for now. And then we're in the side assembly. We're going to joint this to, we'll probably do the end of that. That's probably okay. And we want the bottom of this. So like where, maybe where this is. So if we turn on our origin, how do we want this oriented? So that's what we're starting out with. It's along the Y. So maybe we can do, there's going to be a bunch of these. So let's go to 0 and we'll just move it over -1. It's probably okay. Probably. I'm not saying it is. And then to get this right, if we edit the sketch, edit, see it goes back to wherever we created, like the long model. So you see like the X and the Y. So that's not really a good, like a, maybe a user-friendly way to do that. Joint origins are off because that's locked into place, but maybe we should keep that and then change the rotation because the line is now in a different spot. So then which this line is, we should have these together. It's not that. It's in the side assembly. And that's the joint. I say that's the joint. So 0. And we can rotate that over. So what I was doing before was saying, okay, let's do a sketch. Is there more to this one? No, it's literally just the half of it because we were gonna mirror the other half of it. So this one here, I'm going to I guess we could do the same thing. So let's just do this one. That's probably all right. So this is 234. Not that we need to actually know the piece. So just click that one there. Highlight it all. I wish it would just overwrite. Quirkiness. So that's the piece. Now with this, because we're going to copy this over a few times, and the length I want to change. So all the stuff is going to be the same within this, but I want the length to change. If that makes sense. Right, so I'm within this one here. I can create new sketches. Pretty much do whatever I want. So let's trim the end off first. Now I'm gonna try and replace face to this. I don't know if it'll work. I don't think it will. Let's give it a shot anyways. Place face here. Yeah, it's not gonna go because it's not big enough. So what we're gonna do is create a face or a plane. The plane. Make it a little bit bigger, make it a little smaller this way, just so that it's a little more localized, I guess. You don't have to do this, it's just a little bit nicer. It's like contained to its one space. Remember, this plane is referencing this piece, but it's within this component. So it's like a reference and all the rest of the things. So let's do replace face to there. And then we want to do the same thing as before. So we know that this plane, we're going to mirror this in a minute, like after we're all done everything. So we're going to create a sketch on here. All we need is this midpoint, really. We need that top and that bottom. Maybe I'll just do that instead. So these 2 points. Turn off the body for a minute. And these can be projections as well. And we want, I think it was 1 1/8, right? Oh boy. Got my zoom in walking all backwards here. So I want this to be to the bottom of this. And then, just like before, something like that, just to have as a cutting plane or a cutting shape. And we're going to not two objects. We're going to cut that one. Oop. And, you know, maybe we'll just go to here. We'll save the radius at the top because it goes in a little bit further. Really wish this wouldn't get screwed up. It does, whatever. And then we are going to there we go. Getting my bearings here again. Then we can pattern this feature, and the axis is the Y direction, and the feature is this, and spacing. I forgot what the other one was. We had that drawn in, which it doesn't exist in this one here, but we can say it's you know, whatever the X amount is, we can draw that in. So we're going to edit the sketch. We are going to put another one in here. This is all, I think that was 200 millimeters, if I'm not mistaken. So we could do 210 or 220 or something like that, just so that we know it'll fit. For show, that was diameter, right? Yeah. It's like 8.5 inches, I think. And these two are equal size, and when this is constrained to the center of this line here on there, where does this one sit? So we want it to sit down a little bit, but we don't want it too far when these two are at the bottom, essentially. So this sits in here on the bottom. How far away is this thing here? And that's it. So yeah, I'm pretty sure we had 3 before. We could go 395. That's fine. It's all worked out perfectly based on that. So if it's a little smaller, it's going to sit a little lower, right? So if this was 150. No, it's 150 inches, 150 millimeters. This would go in, right? But because that's further down, this would sink lower on the radius. So instead of having this one, we could say, where does this one sit with 3 inches, right? And I think because it's like a nice easy number, we'll just use that just like we did before. And so 246 is what we want. And when we do this, For some reason I can't select this, and I can't select anything else when I'm in the edit configuration. So if I went to here, it's here, can't do that. I can't even, like, I can measure something. So it's like, yeah, do from here to here, and it's like 3 inches, and I just put a negative. There's no flip. So there's a few things that make this quirky. But 246, negative D246. So if you know what your thing is, then you know you can definitely do that. I think that's probably the easiest way. And these should be like a kind of like a set it and forget it almost. Set it and forget it idea. Right? So turn off that sketch. And at this point, I'm ready to mirror the rest of this piece to the other side. So that's the nice part about Fusion, that it does all that for us, I guess. I'm gonna join. And on the other side, if I got everything right, like symmetric and all that stuff, these will all be the same. You know, based on the length that we gave it at the beginning. So this beginning length there, which is it's derived from here, that sort of thing. So when I copy this up and I do the next thing, this is like fully done already. So I copy this one, right, to go to the next one. I'm gonna save this. That was a significant amount of work. And I turn the joint origin on for this one. And then I'm going to copy and paste new, because this is going to have a new dimension. And move it up and out to about here, I guess. So new one for this. I am going to go back in time and just give myself a bunch of dimensions here. That I can reference. So when I use I'm not going to capture position yet. So we'll just do these in order. That's fine. So support, we could say support 2. And we're just going to plop it right at the end here again. Just like that. And that looks about appropriate. Turn off that one so I'm not screwed myself up here. Turn on the sketches. Oh, it is on already. Ooh, so this one here, just make it 249. Wouldn't you know it? It looks like that's pretty near perfect. Yeah. And because of all these are the same, they're based off this center line. The mirror is based off the center line, and these two cuts are based on also, it's based on the end, but it's like this thing here. So if I had said it was like, I don't know, 25 or something, then it's just going to move everything over. Like that's the center of the 25. Now if I did it from the other direction, it wouldn't matter at all, because it's always based on the center line. So I just didn't do it that way because I'm right brain minded, I guess. I start things, I want read things from the left, and I want to start things from the right or whatever. I don't know. I don't know why I do the things the way I do sometimes. They just it just falls like that. It seems right at the time. So, and then in this case, the way I have it set out, it really doesn't matter that much. But people are sticklers for things like that too, so whatever. I forgot to paste new. Paste new. Support 3. Joint origins. Paste new. So all the way up to here. I guess in some respects this might be a little bit more powerful than other workflows. But it all depends on how you view it. So I'm trying to copy everything I possibly can in this one thing, and trying to make it conform to what I have here, using all the tools that I have. So if I'm only changing one thing, like I'm copying and then just changing one dimension, I don't know, that's pretty fantastic. You know, make it once. It would be even more great if I could do that like as a macro or something like that, or a part of a pattern. But it's like, how do you even like work that in? How do you work that into something? Support 1, support 2, support 3, support 4. These are all different sizes, but the pattern is the same in the middle. And if I was to change one, I would have to change it on all the other ones now too, because that's not a derived pattern. These are all copy new because they have a different dimension here, right? So there are downsides, but you know, at the end of the day, if I had to do like 4 or something, having 4 in this one and these all being the same is kind of nice, because we can do different things at different spots. So a little bit more effort on my part. There's lots of flexibility now. Or if I wanted to create like a space for a larger piece in here, what did I call this one? This one was 200 millimeters, right? So if it's only 200 millimeters, 7 inches, it is bigger. Like, it has to go through that hump. So that's another thing I can test out. This should actually be a little bit larger, like in the main sketch. So this thing here should be like 46, right? And if everything is done correctly, everything should update. And that's the whole idea of parametric modeling. So as you go on, are the tools that you've used, are they foundationally correct? So this is in here. I should be checking, at least even just with one of these, if I put the same thing on here, what's my clearance? 2. So it's that same thing. Oh, that's wrong. Don't do that. So we're gonna lock that in as like not on here. It's not what I wanted. Just like in line with it. If I move this up, that's constrained to the center line here. Do I have enough room to get this thing into position? So that's one of the checks that I wanted to do based on the roll size. So I can change the roll size. So like if I add 20 millimeters to it. So this guarantees like whatever shape that goes in there, it must clear. So this isn't actually big enough. If I went 4 racks, it's probably got to be that's a 1/2 inch or more, 3/4, another 3 inches. So we'll call it 50. And that's to the bottom of the tube that's in there on the top. So worst case, right, I have 3/4 of an inch clearance now, which should be about right. But if this was hanging in the middle, there's no room for that. You know? So it's hanging in the middle now. So let's see all the other variation. So 220 millimeters, 20 millimeters. Right? Where's this next one? So unfortunately I have to do the next one up here to get to look at that clearance. And then I can't base anything unless I make a sketch, right, to actually make all of these move. So I'm not using these to determine it, I'm using to check what I've done. So that's like a back check. Simplifying the creation, but you know, it's the onus is on me now to verify that things will work. So maybe I don't want to have, like, in the design of this, maybe you want to have it as an either or only the top one maybe has this, or it's another level on the side. It's like, what are all these things for? It's like, well, here's your configurations for everything. You can use the 2 here, or you can use them offset. You know, or you do like 1, 2, 3, something like that. Maybe I shouldn't have offsets at all. Maybe it should be sheet metal and it should just be holes. So that's maybe another good idea. It's way less fabrication. Maybe not way less, but yeah, maybe, depending on what we got going on here. Let's explore that idea. So I wanted to just simplify this because it was just a whole bunch of tubes here, but now I can have different configurations for different things. Maybe I should just make an entire grid of things in here, and then it's like fully customizable. So that's a interesting idea. So we can put a big roll, right, and a bunch of little small rolls or whatever else, or you can have the 2 next to each other, so you can just like sit rolls on in here. Then you could hang them off the outside too. You know, like, it's not, because this is limited to the inside the rack, not outside the rack. Ooh, shit. We have come to an impasse. Okay. So this is the one. Sketch 1, sketch 2. So we have to edit this one. And it's in the same location, remember? So, like, because before that was a joint, it was sat out here. It's like literally in line with this. But because maybe this one was at a different angle when I copied it or something like that, I don't know. It's at a weird spot. So 220 mil, and one of those. So now I could see the interaction between these two. So here, not so bad. These two definitely will interfere with each other. So like if this one was like this, no big deal. You can have the 2 and it doesn't interfere. So this one, if I want it the same, like in the middle here, the middle of these two, then I need another bar. I need like another bar in the middle that's in the middle. So this doesn't actually work for this sort of design, or I can use them all in the middle. So 1, 1, you know, something like that. But this is kind of a giant pain because you can't take them on and off individually. So that's another problem with like your standard wire rack. Like you gotta take the whole thing off, right? Put it on a bench or on the floor or something. Take all the rolls off one side, take the one out, put the next one in, and then like slide all the other stuff back on again. Then take the whole thing off. You're lifting everything at once again, and you're putting that back in the rack. So if we're designing stuff here, maybe we should make it better. It's like organization, right? Why are we doing things like a weird way? So like if you take that option away, so there's nothing in the middle now, it's just it's just the two, then you have no choice but to use it in a certain way. So now they're sitting on top, and you can't take them off. Like you could take them off individually, right, etc., and it's not going to go through. So let's go back to first principles thinking. So I think the two pole idea is better because it allows you to interact with one roll of whatever it is by itself. So is there any downsides to that? So I remember when I was using a wire rack for wire for pulling wire out, more often than not, if the wire spool was close to another one, sometimes it would catch or something would happen, and then it would start unspooling the other one that was next to it. Huge pain. So here's the other idea. Do I want to have this as like a giant wall of like this is the feeder, so like I can put the Bowden tube right in front of it. It's got like a location, it goes to the 3D printer, and I just feed the wire right from here. I don't know, I don't think people do that. Maybe not, I don't know. So it's just tugging on it, especially if you have a because like all the drive systems and everything are either right at the head or they're pretty close. So this is like to feed into it. I generally don't have an in-feed tube, but there's nothing that says that's not it. That doesn't need to be. So if we create one extra part for there, it gives us flexibility to put the thing wherever we want. And then you could like run a whole bunch of these tubes to your 3D printer. It's like, okay, which one do I want? And then like all your things are there. You just pull it out and all that. Everything remains sealed. When it's in there, it's in there. And maybe it'll look cool. Or it's just one, right? So it's like you just take it out there and you do the next filament or something like that. Auto-loading filament, that's an interesting idea. Should be possible. So I think about I'm using filament as the argument, but like it could be a wire rack. It's like literally just a rack to sit stuff on. So what's the other reason why, or what's one of the reasons why you would want to use a center mounted one compared to the other? So it should rotate on these two, but there's more friction there, I would think. And when you're pulling it off, so I would say pulling the stuff off the bottom, so as long as it doesn't go past the rim, you can pull from the bottom. And then pulling from the bottom, right, it's gonna make it want to jump over this. So if the friction is overcome, so if you're pulling straight down or you're pulling straight out like this, so if this is, let me No, it's not that one there. So you're pulling straight down. Are you pulling straight out? Like it's always from the bottom. Bottom here. Then you pulling this out has to overcome the friction. So it's like there has to be such a friction at this one point in the tube or in the that it's gonna wanna go over, and that gets worse as this thing gets lighter. So the only thing that would mitigate that would maybe be another roller on top here or something that you just like have sitting down here. Maybe another bar that goes all the way across. And then even if that was there, you could just do maybe like one bar here, like at the back. Something like that. So it's just that it interferes with this like flopping off the back. Because it's only ever going to go in that direction unless it has enough momentum to go the other way, which I don't think it will. As you figure like how things fall into place. And then that can all be mitigated by making this easily rotate, which I think it actually might. So if this was made of steel or aluminum or something like that, probably steel, a little harder, or you put a bearing in the middle, like you probably don't want to put a bearing, but because it's such a basic thing. The only bearing that's on this is higher friction, but it's tough material. So here and then here on the one side. And then these are two rounds, so like you would really have to get it to go. I think I'm comfortable with that. So we're gonna take out the middle piece, I think, for this, and then or for this bar specifically. Unfortunately, I have to do that a bunch of times now. Support 1, 2, 3, but not a huge deal. So out of the original, I don't know if I can actually suppress the first one or not. That would be pretty cool. Can I do, where's the suppression? Oh, cancel. Yeah, I can't suppress the first one. Darn. Okay. So not that easy to change, but not impossible. So I have one over here already, so I can take this whole thing, hopefully. This was supposed to be, oh, I deleted it, that's why. Now this was based on crap. Come on, let me move. Okay, good. Because this one is based on, I want that one here. Delete. This one's going to be 3 over. Or, this is the more correct way to do it, but I could just delete it, like on the other side. You know, a lot of the times when we're getting into stuff like this, it's kind of just a huge pain in the ass sometimes, because it's a different way to think about stuff. So I know this is correct. These are these should be 6 center to center. I can just quickly verify that. Yep. And we know that that's checked, so we don't technically need that anymore either. Okay. So because that was, I think that's more of a pain to change these 3 things, I'm just going to delete these. Delete, yes. And I'm going to recopy them, because I think that's just easier for me to take care of. All right. I always do this to myself. Paste new. All right. So turn that on, and this one will become that. Oops. So that looks right. And we're just changing the sketches on the other ones. So that's support 2, support 3, support 4. Oops. It's going to turn these off so I know which ones I've done and which I haven't done. It's just an easy way to keep track of these things. Origin, joint origin, off. And the last one, let's see here. Joint origins are off, sketches. Number 1 on this one is 251. Riddle. So pretty straightforward. Doing the copying and all that. Is that the best way? I don't really know. Yes and no. Like I was saying before, I probably should have done it from the center the other way out, because then it doesn't really matter where they are. It's one less step. And then everything else is good on the inside. Now that I've done all that, should I do what I was thinking of with just like a simple sheet metal that goes on the inside of this? So there's so many different ways to do things. You can make the whole thing out of sheet metal as well. And in some respects, that might actually be more economical, less labor intensive, less programming, depending on what kind of manufacturing and stuff like that. If I'm just making a one-off, it doesn't really matter that much. If it's just for me, right? And if it's for somebody else, then, how many are they making? So if they're making hundreds of these, then yeah, we have to go and think about that, because, if it's an hour more for each one, hour is like, say, $50. Well, it's $5,000. If you're making 100 of them. Yep. So I'm pretty happy with how that turned out there. And I think as far as this one particular design goes, let's finish off this idea before we go changing everything. So we have everything. Turn off these two sketches. Where's the stuff here? Turn off that one. And I don't think oh, it's the square sections. There we go. So awful lot of copying, awful lot of referencing for this type of setup. Yeah. And then now that we have a side assembly, what is this one doing here? I don't think I actually need that for anything. Whoa, what is all that? I don't remember doing any of this shit. It didn't convert all at joints, did it? Or is this in the previous design? I didn't do any of that. Delete. Did Fusion just screw me over here? Wow. Give me the right click context menu, damn it. I'm ready to throw this in the garbage. What is all this stuff, man? So this is all the I want to delete you. Delete. 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 Where did all this come from? Like, I don't even know where any of that came from. None of that should be happening. Joints don't create these. This was created by accident way back here. Delete. So let's roll the thing back to here. Let's turn on side sketch. Wow, this is actually pretty crazy. I didn't like... I wonder if something happened when I rebuilt it. What are these even like doing? It didn't even change anything. Everything's on. So I go into this, there's no changes in here. So there's the initial sketch, right, for the line. And then I create a component. I make a sketch in the component. Use a joint inside that, extrude it to that length, and then put a joint origin at the end. This is just a sketch. So it's definitely not that. Definitely not that. So it says that I captured the position before I did that, and I absolutely didn't. It was not necessary. Absolutely insane. Ah, it's so strange. Why did I put all those in there? If I double click that, does that? Oh, it does. Okay. Double right click? Am I like hitting the wrong thing here? Look at all this. This delete. Okay, so we have something that's going on with, maybe it's a bug in the software. Oops. Yeah, I did that by accident. Delete. going up too far. So at each one of these, I'm using a... Maybe it captures the position? So that's this one here. What about the first one? It's the first support. No big deal. Side assembly is created, and then so I guess the idea is, where did this go? And that's still good. So this is over here for whatever reason, edit feature, but when I add a feature and I click OK, it still ends up being over here. It thinks that it's over here. So this is the side assembly. Oh, jeez. So much crap. So we activate, not even the first one, just the second one. So on the paste new, it's no good. So on the paste new, it loses its original reference, which kind of makes sense. So edit feature, if I just keep remaking that, will it see, it shows it being down here, and that's not correct because this is in position afterwards. Right, so I create this, I do all this here, but it's created from here. Why should it be over here? Right? Joint origin is in the right spot. This is not correct. So original reference is garbage for whatever reason. So it doesn't know. It's not smart enough to know that. Unfortunately, we can't do that. So edit feature, and I just have to remake. I have to remake this one here. Wow, something in the Fusion engine got really, really screwed up here. Edit. Now I can make a face. No, it's, you know, that's my mistake. That's my screw up. Delete. Is it my screw up? Because this one's good. I don't even know what this one is for. Why is that here? So where am I on the master timeline here? Or in the overview timeline? So if I move forward, are these? Oh, I did. Yeah, that's the reason. So let's go all the way back to here. Yep, there we go. That's the culprit. So because I did these out of order, no bueno. Can I... Ouch. Can I take this back far enough? So this was the second one. And then all the other stuff should come... No, so that's not even right. I need to be able to come further back. Man, what a cluster. So, 2, 3. I have to, before this happens. So it has to be before this one. And then this one has to be before, at least before that. There we go. Because then it knows where the reference is. What is like a, I don't know, it just seems silly to me that it doesn't make that interconnection, but I guess, yeah, it's a timeline. So do things in order, don't do them in batches. I guess. Strange, I've never come across that issue before. Like in all the years I've used Fusion, it's so strange. That's debugging for you. Thanks, software engineering. Okay, so now that I got all that, or I can actually like go back to what I was doing. If you can't tell, I'm not really impressed. So I'm not impressed with things that just don't work. It should be. Yeah. And the Huays. These are going to be identical, so I should be able to just copy it over or mirror it. Mirroring is probably okay. It is going to create new stuff, so I don't want to. I'd rather have two of the exact same. Oops. I'm going to Control C. I'm in the main level. And then where do I want to put this? Why did all those sketches turn on? And just like a few of them? Okay, so got those sides there. I have a base sketch I have an endpoint here that I can use. Hopefully there is a sketch on this one. I should have one. So the sketch here, I should be able to use that and connect these two, even though they are like short a little bit. So this one's on the outside, and I'm going to be, oh yeah, outside. I was looking at the wrong side. So I should be able to, oops. Can I manage to come up here? There we go. Here, over to in line of that. I'm gonna flip it. Looks right to me. Except that half the stuff didn't move. Isn't that beautiful? And they all should have moved because of these are all jointed in place. It's so strange. Like if these move, I would be very surprised because they're jointed to the sketch. Side assembly, turn off the sketch. So now, where did all the joints go? Right? Did all the joints that I just put in there, and did they all leave? They all like disappear? Wow. Okay. Well, I'm just gonna save it and then restart Fusion because it doesn't like any of this shit for whatever reason. Unbelievable. Maybe we will explore Onshape a little bit more today. It's the little things, you know, like I go to the effort to do that and I change in the timeline and then now the reference is gone, like no warning, no nothing. Yeah, they really are gone. Okay. So we're just going to delete all that shit. Let's go back. I really don't want to have to redo all this over again, but this is like, it's kind of like the idea of Fusion here. Sometimes you just have to do all this bullshit all over again. Unreal. Joint in position, trim, extend mirror. Right? There's a friggin' joint there. Is the joint in the main? Did I copy it in the wrong spot? And I think the joints that I moved here are, these are, were they deleted? So in the side assembly, at this point, there should be a joint right here, and there was. Friggin' program's gaslighting me pretty bad. And I should be using the joint origin, right? Where is? Side assembly sketches. And it's enough to make people drink. And now this is in the wrong spot. Did I move it in like this? We're gonna find out. Guess I did. Joint origin. Fusion has a sense of humor, man. Look at this shit. I can't even select it. Please just let me do my fucking job. Yeah, I really get why some people don't like using this. Especially that come from programs like NX or any other ones. Even SolidWorks. Well, SolidWorks is just as fucky as this thing. So there's no doubt about that. It has its issues. I don't know if it's stuff like this though. Like, all right. That was brutal. I should rename this stream to Pain with Fusion. Practicing masochism with Fusion. Alright. You know what we're going to do right after this? We're going to build the same thing in Onshape and see if it's a little easier. How's that? Okay. So now I have a side assembly, I hope, that has all its stuff together. 1, 2. I could just rigid joint everything, but that's, I don't know. It's just, it doesn't seem like the best way to do things. So I should have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 joints, and I only have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So where did all my other joints go? And they don't move. So, oh, see, yeah, so this joint got deleted too. Now, I'm pretty sure that's a mirror. This one is a mirror, so I have to rigid joint that. or I have to as-built joint. So I'm just going to as-built it to the bottom one here. All right, and nothing should move from this assembly 6. So 1 rigid joint, as-built rigid. All right, when we copy this, we're gonna see what we get again here. Make sure the timeline's not full of crap again. I can't believe that happened. What's up with this guy here? This one has no so number 2. Roll history to here. We're gonna be in this. So after we did, so after here we have a joint and we create all this stuff, and then after this one there should be a joint also, and there's no joint. Isn't that crazy? But it was actually stuck there. So there's some sort of reference being used from, I don't know, some other thing that was created that I did not do. All of the capture positions were not done by me, which is crazy. Okay, so joint origin. Lots of pain today. Had this been a like a paid design or paid model, I would have not made any money. I would have been doing that. Well, I would have made money, but it would have been for half price of my normal rate, just for this little screw up here. So I'm and a lot of the decisions that I make for time, like time consideration stuff, are because of things like this. It's like how sometimes it's just easier to cut your losses and redraw it, recopy it, redo these things, because then you're stuck having to deal with a shitty time, or just leave the shitty timeline. Like a lot of people, oh my god, some of the stuff that I've seen, it's so bad. Not parametric at all. Everything breaks when you change something. I don't like that. That's it's not right. Sketches. But then again, it all goes back to what's the acceptable thing. If it's just you, then who cares? But if you're doing work for anybody else or work with anybody else, they're not going to work with you long. if you do stuff like that. So robust models. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Okay. At least the counts line up. I'm done being bitter. Maybe. It just makes me not want to do this for the rest of the day. I can go do something else that's productive. That's alright. Some people like to watch the paint. So let's try it again. I'll try and get this into a sort of right position. And then for number 2, I want this to be 2. Yeah. Now the numbering screwed up. Go figure. This sketch here, I'm gonna joint to, was it this one? End of that one. Just like so. Yeah. So I have a few things that are still off in limbo, and I have to ask myself why that is. So I moved it to here, but see, like, this is not the same as this. So I think at this point, I'm just gonna cut my losses and rigid joint it before I copy it. So at this point, it's like, who gives a crap? Yep. And I really don't like doing. Why did it delete my shit? Delete. Yes. So if these are 42, these should be shorter. So of this one here, actually of both of these. So I think one is a copy of the other one, if I'm not mistaken. So this one is 1 inch short. It should actually be 2 inches shorter. So let's do this one here. Oh, that's kind of nice. So this one is, do we do all the way to the ends? We can just shorten each end too. So 42, it should be 44 wide, so it is 42. These are jointed in the correct side, right? Yeah, inside to inside. The whole thing was supposed to be 44. Where's the base? Yeah. So 44 outside to outside. This one should be, yeah. Right? This one should be, oh, I turned on the wrong thing. I did do that wrong. Hold, please. Edit joint. It's not this one here. It's the base. It's this one here. Okay. Just kind of had to assume it didn't give me any visual indicator. And then this here, 42, is because of the thing here. So minus the two ends, then it should come in. So if I did 4, what does that look like? Yeah, it's just the one end because it's jointed over here. A lot of the times when I draw stuff like this, I'm going to use a skeleton model or some sort of like top-down element to work on the individual pieces to make them fit the overall piece. So now that I have this one is correct, that's the master out of all of them. They should all change based on the one. So that's just a straight copy over. So you see that the V4 for the lengths of those. So this one here, I'm just going to, I don't know if, do I have a top sketch? I could, yeah, I could joint them right to here and here. So that'll be, I think that'll be okay. I forget what I did for the joint on the other one. I might have just moved it over an inch to get it right. So yeah, Fusion's got a lot of they got a lot of stuff to work on there, man. It's unbelievable. All the other shit came from. Especially and it's just like to keep the continuity of the model. If you make some sort of strange change, just don't let your users do it. Plain and simple. So it's so much simpler to do it like that. And a lot of the other CAD systems, like, oh, well, it's not as intuitive and all that stuff. So you always get errors and all that. It's like, okay, well, they're teaching. They've put the limitations within. They have really good documentation, and you're just not using it correctly, right? Whereas, no, go ahead and try it and see the limitations of it yourself. We don't want to put in the effort, but you can put in the effort. Not good. So, counterproductive and rant. Heck. So we're just gonna copy that one up. Copy that one up. We could even do these copies like way beforehand too, instead of on the end. Maybe we'll do that instead. So they kind of keep them all in a similar location. Excuse me. Roll history back to here. Is it that? Strange. And then that was... Yeah, we don't need to do... That's the side assembly. Yeah, we don't need to do that because this is the main, like, or the, yeah, the first one that everything is this is done off of. So we can copy everything right here. So, and it seems more logical to do it here anyways. So we're gonna raise that one up, turn on the sketches, or even the joint origin instead. And then this is going to be here. Really? So abrasive. Just shouldn't be like that, you know? On the top. So these are shorter. Okay. And these are not in the right position because of at what point did we move those over? Or did we have to? So see there's a gap here. Why don't we change that? Is there always a gap? Should be 40. Oh, these are 42. So if this is 44, what did I copy here? Sketches? I am so confused right now. Is this the wrong? No, that's right. So 42, 44. This original one is not, is offset an inch. It has to be. Yeah, it is. Z offset 1 inch. Alright. Not losing my friggin' mind. I was like, what is going on here, fellas? Brutal. So these are in position based on the base sketch, and these are like basically floating in the middle of nowhere, right? The middle of nowhere, but they're all based on sketches. Select filters, select through only sketches. Sketch curves. So if I select those, should be able to hide the sketches, right? Used to be able to do that. I guess not. Man, that sucks. Can I do it even with bodies? Okay, I can do it with bodies. How come I can't do it with the sketches anymore? They're a nuisance. Pretty unhappy. And this was like 2 hours I wasted just to, well, an hour to do this, so that's fine. But like literally an hour to find that like Fusion did a bunch of shit that I didn't want. I need to go back on it, create another one. Now the numbering's off. Crazy. All right, so we're gonna recreate this. I tried it yesterday actually just to see it, and that's the reason why I have the yeah. One of the reasons why like there's always better ways. I just wish the functionality existed for this sort of thing. Maybe they'll have a whole new module at some point. That would be pretty cool. So, but it does so much other stuff, and like you can do things with it. Is it just takes a little bit more finagling. Yep, mine is starting to wander now. Ignore limit. Yeah, right. Let's change the title. So after all that bullshit, let's try something else. Sign in. Should be able just to go. This is like a free platform thing too. Is it me or is everything broken today? Alright, I'm gonna take a quick break. And then we'll in a new document. Wire rack. Filament rack. And then I'm pretty sure it has a dark mode too. Yeah. Look at that. A proper dark mode. Yeah. Give me a minute. All right. Let's try. I can actually throw you guys over here now. I think there's no real good spot for this, but all right. So Onshape is it's quite a bit different. It's fully online, like in browser, so which is the reason why there's a browser here. But I should be able to do an F11, and it makes a full screen, which is kind of nice. You know, like makes it like any other program. Parts are down at the bottom, so parts like I have assembly and the part that I'm actually working on. So drawing a frame in this is a little bit different. So you have planes, top, front, right side, right? So that's how you're looking at them normally. So I'm gonna probably do like a skeleton model like I was doing before, but then I have to think about how the frame does. So when I did this last night, I thought to myself, well, if I make all my sketches on the inside of the frame, or at least on the top and the bottom, then I don't have to double up those sketches and those planes and all that stuff. Because I'm drawing on that plane, and then you'll see like pretty soon here how all of that like comes to be. So I'm gonna do on number one over here on the left. You can shut off all the visibility of what you're looking at. So right, I can turn all these off. I'm not going to turn off the origin yet because I want to use it. Turn off the right. Thought I did that. So, and then this is like the sketch one frame. You can obviously sketch outside of this. This is just like a rough representation of what it is right now. So I want a rectangle. I didn't actually draw that right the first time, so let's try it again for repetition. Sometimes when I do that, I don't hold down the button. You gotta click it and then go, and then I don't know, something happens. Anyways, so I'm not as used to the sketching in this as I am in Fusion. In Fusion, I think the sketching context or the sketching is a little bit better, and like the context tools are better. So like having your right right click and like all that stuff. There's like there's a few more context tools that I really like in Fusion, but these ones are sufficient. Like, you know, when you get used to them, it should be no different. So I want this to be directly in the middle. Is there a way that I can actually draw that in the middle? Yes, there is. I'm using the wrong tools. See? So let me delete this, because I want it directly in the center. I'm going to use a center point rectangle. Actually, there is that's lowercase r. So r for this, and then that's automatically constrained to the middle, and I can just say, how big do I want this? So the other one was 44 inches, and by, was it 15, I think, because this is the bottom, and automatically puts in, see all the, and when I hover over them, you see the constraints that are automatically added to this based on, you know, like the mode that I was using, which is probably just like a macro set of commands, or like a script that just adds in all those things based on this whole thing here. So, and it's not a whole lot different than what I was, because these are parallel, these are parallel to this one, you know, and constraint, and then horizontal, vertical, perpendicular. You can see those there, perpendicular, and then coincidental, and then all those should be the same in there, and then you know that they're all constrained when there's no thing, I forget. So double click, I'll just do this here and leave that unconstrained. We'll say okay, there's like a little line that appears here. It's like, hey, you have stuff that's unconstrained in your sketch. So similar to how Fusion's lock goes. So now I have this, I have the shape on the bottom, and it's technically a plane, right? Because it's got like a yeah, it is a plane because you can use it for other things as well. So yeah, I didn't screw up that. Anyway, so I have the bottom, and now I want the top. Now I'm doing this from 0. Should I have done this from 0? So like going back to what I was saying before, do I want to only do 2 sketches or do I want to offset? So I'm making an entire frame on the outside, and then I need to make more planes in order to accomplish what I want. So I'll just show you the fast way and then make note of it when I do that. So if I want this 44 inches high, well, that's another thing too. I forgot how the parameters work in this. So I think I can do heights, and then I can say 44, or sorry, 44. And it's like a length variable. There's length, number, and whatever I want. So now I should be able to use that in this area. So I can just kind of have that docked in the side there. There's other stuff that's I forget what this is called. This area, it's got a name to it. I just don't remember. Yeah. Okay. So we're gonna create a. Excuse me. We're going to create a plane just off the first sketch. So I could do face of the sketch, or I can actually do the top, which is probably a little bit better. You can select it right from here if you want. Everything is selectable in here for stuff like this. Now I'm just going to do offset. I could choose what kind of plane that I want. I don't have to choose before I start the command. The command has that inside it. I think that's a little bit nicer. Because I can change that. I can change the thing based on the parameters I have already. So a little bit of a interesting trade-off there. So I want to use the length. So length. Can I use that? I'm not sure. Oh, it's capital L. Length. Do I have to preference that with something? Oh, it's height. Wow. Okay, and it's a hashtag. Great. So 44, and that's all the way up here. So I know that is that many, but I want to have something less. So, and I know I'm going to be using 2x2 material. So I could say, what's the material side or whatever else. I don't know if I can change that. I might be able to in the variables. I'm not sure. So I'll have to double check that later going on. So I could say height -2, and that should work. How do I do the variables? So cannot subtract length unless unitless number. Okay, so unitless, any. So let's try that. So height -2 inches, unitless number. Or can I do height -2 inches like that? So we're learning as we go here. Length. Height. I might have to look this up. -2 inches. Syntax error expression. So the height does work, right? Let me look up how to do this. It's probably pretty straightforward. Grok. In on shape. How do I use variables in expressions? I want to use length minus use something like this. So hashtag height -2. Yeah, okay, well that doesn't work. So heights minus 2 gives me an error saying cannot subtract length and unitless number. So is it inches? Oh, it's IN. Yeah. Can I use this instead? No, it has to be inches. Alright. Fair enough. So, this should be now 44 or 42, right? So the plane 42, and it shows me when I hover over it, the distance, height minus 2. So if I change the length of this, say 44 inches, or sorry, 46, I should see this other one change automatically. It's all like a database sort of idea. So click OK on that one, and then do a sketch on here. And I have a center point that I'm using already, so I want to like project that. So this has got like use is similar to a bunch of other things. Oh, did I screw something up here? Sketch 2 has been cancelled. Restore. So let's do. I want to be able to use all this stuff now. Oops. Oh yeah, another nice thing too that I like about this that Fusion does not have is the midpoints. Oh man, it's so much nicer. That's like what I love from Inventor. Let's get rid of this. I'm just gonna redo this. It doesn't like it for whatever reason. Can I delete this? Nope, I guess I can't. Let's get out of here. Owned by me. We're gonna do filament rack. It was thinking about something. Like I said, every CAD system isn't without its own failures. It's just like which ones are less aggravating, right? And I think the Fusion ones are more aggravating for me because I've been using it for so long and they just keep changing shit. Like stuff that used to work perfectly fine doesn't work anymore, or there's extra shit added into it for whatever reason. And I don't know. Like that's my own perception. So it's like, what do I do with this? So yeah, we're gonna want to do on this plane here. We're gonna do center point again, and then the center point I want to be in line with the thing that's down here. So we should be able to use that, which is what I wanted to do before. And then this is going to be coincident constraint, hopefully. It just took a little moment there. And then now I have the use of this. And I can also say, okay, I want the length or the width of this to be the same. So I'm going to bring in this here. Gonna make it into a construction line if I remember how to do that. Texts, construction right there, right next to it. So now I have a line that I can use to make the width of this the same. And now all I have to do is the length and everything. That is not the right one. I wanted to have this one here. I want as 10 or 12, something like that. Probably 12. Just a slight angle. I forget what I did on the other one. And then this will be here. Right? So as a construction line here, and then I can use that as to constrain the length of it. So 12 by whatever it was down here. Right. And this should be like a I can't change this, I don't think. Yeah, I don't have the ability to change it. It's just a reference dimension. So hit OK on that one. So that is fully done now. Now creating frames. This is what I meant by like having a frame generator. So frames. Holy shit! This is gonna blow your mind if you've never used it. If you've never used it before. So remember how I was saying the total length of this I wanted as 44. Or actually it's going to be like 46 or something, or 50. I forgot what I made it in the other one. But like we can check all that stuff in this one again. It's going to be rectangular tube. We don't have any. We're going to miter the corners. Actually, we're not going to do that. We're going to do like a butt joint, and we're going to try cap stuff because I think that's how we did it on the other one. So let's try that for now. We're going to do based on these. Where is it here? Frame. Did I use the wrong one? No, frame. Selections, rectangular tube. 2, 3, 4. See how it's kind of just drawing them in? So it's drawing them in. Now I have the... I can choose where I want this to be. So it's 2 inches. It's 2 inches too short because I want these to be drawn in the middle here. Because these lines or these endpoints I want to use to make the long versions as well. So these other ones. Right, so I have that. I don't want any miter. Let's do butt joints like that. And for each one of these, I think I can... Okay, yeah, I have to do these in 2 different things. Because I wanted these to be here and here, like that. So, one like that. And we're going to do that again. I have some leftover issues from... Oh, I might have to do these in two separate shots too. Yeah. So I'll just do these individually because they end up being a little bit easier to go. So I'll just say butt joint to the next thing. And I believe it's both ends. So I know the first one does it, but I'm not sure if the other one does it. Coped butt joint, coped butt joint. Butt scratcher. Yeah, and I think there's a trim at the other end because it does the one, but I don't think it does the other one, depending on like how it all goes together. So this one here also, I just want that in that area, and this one's going to be butt joint as well. Ah, interesting. So that's how we turn that 0. So butt joint, or I could say none. Maybe make that a little bit easier. It just does the one thing. So we're going to put some end caps on there. So end cap, maybe we can, the faces. So here, what do we want? 0.0625. No offset. I don't think. And it should like it shortens it and everything for us. So let's do the end cap again and see if we can do multiples. Because wouldn't that just be fantastic? Right? Wonderful. Now, if we want to do stuff beforehand, we have a timeline, but it's just in like I'm pretty sure it's called a feature tree because it's vertical. So we can go back to before the end cap and say, okay, I want to shorten these ends first. So you just go back in the timeline and then trim parts to trim. So we want to do this one and this one, and then the face to trim is this one right here. Right, and that should work. Looks like it works. I like it. We can also turn off the sketch 2. And we could turn off plane 1. And now let's go forward in the tree. So now we have all those end caps. Looks pretty good. Right, and they're kind of like stuck in space. So I'm not actually 100% sure if this is always like that. Like it's always stuck in space. I don't actually have that knowledge of Onshape yet. I would like to, but I'm pretty sure that it's going to be something like this. Now I would love to be able to just go like this and like copy it all, but I don't think that's how that happens. So can I copy all this stuff and then change it? Because in Fusion I could make a component of this, right? So it's an instance of all that stuff and then just change the dimensions. Now I should be able to do something similar in this, right? So I have this one frame that I just made. It's based on its own stuff. Like I can do length or the height, right? It's a length variable, 44. Should be 50, I think. Pretty sure I made that as 50. So the top of this to what this is here. Oh, actually, that's it'll be the bottom frame. So if I bring this into another piece, so it's like I have an assembly, and then I'm bringing that into like this other thing here, this assembly. I could have maybe multiple instances of this one file in the other one that have the things to it. So it's like, oh, I want to create this at this one and this one, and then create, project the corners, for example. So I project this line up into like another sketch, and then I'll have my points, and then I have my angles, and then everything it works correctly. So maybe that's a similar sort of idea here too. So I'm going to do everything the long way. Let's do another frame, because that's in the right spot. So we're going to do the ends again. Here. Ends, and then whatever I select goes on to, I should check that. Actually, let's double check that, make sure that's not on the outside. Sketch in plane, sketch 2. See, that's in the wrong position. So for a frame, the frame 1, I have to deselect that because it's not all at the right area. Actually, before I do that, let's try and use everything in frame 4. Let's try and do all this stuff around here on the inside, because when I miter, if I do coped butt joints, this does it like that, but I don't like the way they're doing it. So if I do none, I said none, right? Everything shows up in the right spot, but they're at the wrong length. So coped butt, is there a way? So, limit frame ends. Faces to trim to? Okay, I don't have things like that. Parts to trim, alright. That's handy. Not sure why they went with a corner that looks like that. Flip the corners. Maybe that's just how they're done. Butt joints. Coped butt was just it's just coped to the shape. So it has the little lip on it. So butt joint. Yeah, alright. So I'm going to say none because that's just not how I wanted to design these particular ones. Or I could do mitered. So I think, wow, that's quite a windstorm we got going on here. Hopefully we have no tornadoes. That would suck. So we're going to do none. for there, and then let's get rid of that. And then we're gonna trim, face trim, parts to trim. That's wrong. So these two, and then face to trim two. And I'm pretty sure it only does one at a. Does it do two at a time? Because that would be really cool. No, it just does one or the other. That's okay. So then we can just do that again. So these two, face to trim two, right there. So now they're all at the correct length before we do the end caps. And end one. You'll notice that these are bigger boys. 2, 3, 4. These are 0.065. Enter. And then okay. So I got the 4 end caps there, and this is just like the top. Yep. So just like the top. So these ones here, I have to fix this because this is on the wrong side. And I think I'm going to do like I'm gonna do this one like I did the other one. So frame 4 is down below, and then 1, 2. I'm gonna delete these. Delete the trim, and I'm gonna see if it'll recover the end caps. And then so frame 1, we're gonna do none. Select all those, and they're gonna be in the middle. So edge of sketch 2, there's a bunch of edges there. See what the final looks like. Yeah, and then okay. They can give you a preview if you're doing something pretty large. I like that feature. Whoa. Refresh that too. Stream information. Bitrate looks good and all that. Music is pretty standard. Okay. So we're working on the top and the end caps. So the end caps we can just go through the list again and say, all right, where's the stuff that we need? So it's that one here, that one here, that one here, and this one here. And that looks good. So the end cap, not so bad. We just go back, frame 1, frame 2. So frame 1 is complete, frame 2 we can delete. All the other ones are fine, right? Did it delete the wrong one? Face of frame. Anyways, we'll get rid of that. And we'll go into this first frame. That one's good. We're just going to go back one. Do the trim. So same thing that we did on the other one. So you can kind of see how the workflow in this is so much more straightforward for the amount of for what the tools do. So, and this is a practical application for doing all this. I'm just building frame members. So if Fusion gets something like this, it's so friggin' powerful. It's so much. There's so much time savings in that. Right? You don't have to dick around with a whole bunch of stuff and all the rest. I'm just like literally just building the frame. But there's other time saving things in Fusion that I really like. And it's just like I'm so like hook, line, and sinker into that ecosystem. It's like trying anything else is just it is like blasphemy or something like that. Now this is on the wrong. It's on the wrong side. This should be on the top, and the other one should be on the bottom. And I didn't do that one right. So frame 4 is as easy as saying, go here, and hit OK. Now everything is on the right side. So plane 1 is right here. Plane 1, oh, I did it on the top, sorry. So there's the top, and then sketch 1, right? So we turn off sketch 1, turn on sketch 1. You can see the gray there. That's all in there. And then this one here is in the same boat. It's all the way around, and we can see that. We could turn off the visibility of all this stuff too. I'm pretty sure. So we have a bunch of parts that are here, and you just turn them all off. If I'm not mistaken, turn all these off. Hide, right? So all the parts are there; they're just hidden. And I'm looking at the back side. Now, if I want to do frame generator, can I do? I can't do any section here, but maybe I can do like point to point. See, and then this is kind of what I'm going for. So like I could just draw it in. It's extremely fast. So is that going to do? Oh, is a continuation. That's kind of cool, right? So here to, you know, like wherever I'm starting out at, incredibly powerful. So, and then I'm just gonna do. Maybe we can do butt joint on this one. No, I don't think these ones work. I tried this one before, but it didn't trim. So I'm just leave them plain, and we'll just keep doing this. So frame point to point. That's going to be on the outside. Don't actually know why it changes the color. I have to like do that. Check that out. Why do some of my frame members turn orange? Right. So click that. Okay. I'm gonna see it on the next one if the right click context works. So confirm 5. Can I just do that again? Is there a way to repeat the last command? Because sometimes that's very helpful. Frame. I'm always going from the bottom up. That's just a habit that I got from Tekla Structures and StrueCAD. So because these have a directionality to them. Let's see here. In Onshape, frame members turning orange typically indicates an issue with the frame feature, often related to errors or invalid states in the design. Based on available information and common Onshape behavior, here are the likely reasons why your frame members are turning orange and how to address them. So orange often highlights signal that the frame feature cannot resolve the geometry, such as when the sketch path or the frame is broken, non-contiguous, or has invalid entities, i.e. overlapping lines, gaps, misaligned segments, for example. So the other ones don't, but they're gray. So maybe they did this for some other reason. Some showed up blue and some showed up gray. Blue is under constrained or an active sketch. Okay, so that was just the last one that I did. So if I roll back this to this one, Will that one go away too? I don't think so. Just the last one. First one was gray. Oh, geez. Edit sketches. Edit. So it's showing pick point there and pick point there, which both look correct. So vertex of sketch 1, vertex of sketch 2 looks good to me. So I'm actually not really too sure as far as that one goes. So now that I have that, I have these drawn in, I can do those similar things. So now I can trim to this plane, and I could trim to the plane or I can trim to the other thing. I don't think it really matters. So I'm just going to trim to the plane from frame trim. So parts to trim. Oh, the other thing was there's no extend feature. So I can't extend it into something, which I thought was very strange. So either I have to extend these before, so I can do where is this here? I can extend a line past it. I think that's what I did in the other one to make it a little bit nicer. Or I can extend these frames. So I could try move face. That'd be cool. So move face. Can I do multiples? Because that's Brad. Is there a replace face feature? You can do blind up to entity. Oh, come on. Please do. See, that works just as good. I'm totally happy with that. Right? So let me see if I can. So that's a move command. Can I do all of these faces? And then up to entity, select that one. Enter. I don't think it trimmed. Let me see here. These ones also didn't trim. Ah, okay, I gotcha. My bad. Alright. So we're gonna go back. So move face. We're just gonna do blind. Up a little bit, say an inch. The other ones, I don't think I have to do it that way. Yeah, because these ones I'm actually trimming. And then let's do, oh shit. Hold please. Sorry about that. Just give me a minute. Oh, AI sucks sometimes. All right. I'm much like that. I like that a lot more than dealing with a person. Holy shit, that's so much faster. Way, way, way faster. Wow. I want to trim. So I'm gonna do face trim, parts to trim. All of these, and the face to trim too. Is that one? And then I'm gonna do that again. Something tells me I can trim like all these at once. Not that way though. Holy shit. Other way around. There we go. So if I go and look at this ortho, I should see everything is trimmed square. Everything is trimmed square. Perfect. So now I have 4 new parts here, and I can turn on all the other ones. So show, I could say show all parts. That's cool. Now all of these should be right at the corner, or relatively at the corner, which they should be. Turn off the sketch 2. Turn off sketch. Is there another one that I have to turn off of? Sketch 1. There we go. So now I have this frame that I've the outside, and now I need to create some new members on here. So maybe based on, so let's say hide all parts. We're going to turn on those sketches again. Sketches 1, sketch 2 we're going to turn on, and maybe the sketch frame. So I should have made one at least over here. Because I have to make another one on the other side most likely. You know, I could have just done the 2 and then mirrored it. Maybe. We'll see. So the couple different ways I can do this. If I was to change this dimension, this one's going to change. So this is just going to be one plane over here. I'm just going to make a new plane, I think. So I should be able to do a 3-point, whereas plane 3-point's pretty straightforward. I could do an angle on a line too. Totally good. 90. Flip to normal. Okay. I'll do a sketch on this plane. Then I want to use this whole line and this whole line right there. And then I want to create a couple new ones. So that's the line on the angle. Right. Turn off the plane here. Or, yep. So there's that. Good for the sketch. So now I have this. Oops. Actually, I'm going to go back into that sketch here. And I have to create horizontal vertical. It did this here. So I'm going to go all the way across This is should be horizontal. Yep. And coincident. This to here. This to here. And I'm gonna do one for the center all the way up here, one to the center. These are all actually construction lines. So that's shift to select more than one in this one. Because all I'm doing is I want to create a spot. So how do I trim? Is it R? Yeah, how do I trim in this one? Is it Shift T? No. M for trim. Okay. So I have this one here. This is straight on here as well. Let's go to the left side. Oh, see that? That is not correct. I would like this to be horizontal vertical. Sketch can't be solved because of this. There we go. And coincident. So it's like all the constraints still work. After all, this was I'm pretty sure made by a programmer or made by CAD people. So I have one here, one here. I had 4 of them, right? If I'm not mistaken. And then one more. This one. Yep. And I didn't actually even see if I could do a pattern on this. So that one's 48. We know that's 48. Can we do this one here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So because these are on the inside. Now I'm working with this is technically not right, like as far as the spacing goes. So it would be 48 plus something else. So the only thing that we really can't do in this that I really like in Fusion is doing the what was that for? So D, can we just do like I guess I could create the variables. It's just like a new variable. So it just creates it like right. It's just a different feeling. There's a different sort of thing to go on here. So I want the length. And I want this to be actually I could probably just do it like right to the side of it or something like that. Right, it's a vertical line. I could say let's do new variable center heights, center to center, and I could say I want this value to be height plus 2 or plus 1 inch, right? Oh, I can't do student height center to center, right? So 51. So that's the total length that I want to use. This might be, I could just lock this in place, I guess. 5, and then I don't know, 3, something like that. I'm just using it as like a like a stand-in. I don't know how else to do that for right here. Oh, I guess I really don't need it, because if I get rid of this, it's still going to be there, right? Height center to center? Yeah. So I just do it in here then. Maybe that's easier. Right, because the value of this is this one, height plus 1 inch. And then I could say... between supports. Oh. What did I do? Did I hit? Oh, okay. And then this is, I want height center to center divided by 1, 2, 3, 4. Right, so now I can use between supports and delete that one. So between supports, now I have this one here. So I could still do it, but there's it's just a little bit of a different workflow. I think I need it actually divided by 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, it's divided by 5. I'm dumb. 5. Like looking at it going, I don't think so. It's only 48. So, enter. So it's a little bit slower, and I think that's just because it's 51. So 48, 49, 50. 50 is, it should be 51, 52. It should be 51. The center to center, like if I was using the other little piece, like if I want it to all look the same, 51. So there's a 50, and it's actually 52. 52, and these are actually 48 because that's minus this. Height minus 2. Oh yeah. Oh yeah, totally be 50. So height center to center. So I didn't use this on the other one. That's the reason why this is wrong. Like how I'm actually drawing it. Like, so if I do the variables, they need to be, like all variables. So height minus 2 plus 1. 2 inch plus 1. It's 49. Which makes sense, right? And then all the other ones should change as well. But this last one here, divided by 5. It's not giving me the thing here. Okay. Delete. So it should be height center to center divided by 5. 9.8 inches, and then I go into sketch 3. And this should be fine here, right? So 9.8, 9.8, 9.8, 9.8, 8.8. So I know I have something wrong. These should all be identical to each other. Or actually, no, that is correct. Because this is on top, right? And it's an extra inch, and there's an extra inch here too. So when I actually put in all the stuff, or when I turn on all the things, so if I show all the parts, right, and I make that center to center, this is a 1/2 inch down to the 1/2 inch up, and then this is also that way. So I think this should be this is not right. This one on the bottom is not right, because this is inside to inside. Hold please. So this one particularly, so supports, and then minus 0.5. Minus 0.5 inches. There we go. So 9.3, 9.8, 9.8, 9.8, 9.3. Good. And that's right in the center. And that's just like because I didn't draw it, like draw it fully, and then divide all this out, like so drawing everything here is you have to get it right, you know. So I should be drawing this down here. So let's do 0.5. Draw this. I don't know why I can't actually just draw like a 0.5. No? Okay. So that's the endpoint that I should be using, because that's the thickness of the tube. And then also here, 0.5, and I should be referencing the other one, but where is my use that and that there. So this whole title, this whole thing here should be from here to here should be between supports, right? 9.8. And then when I do the check dimension, this should also be 9.8. And that's the idea. So like it all looks the same. And the total up here is 50, but if I check, so use projects, this top line and this top line, right? And we make these both construction dims, and we say how much height is that? It should be 50 tops. Yep. There we go. So now I have endpoints that I can use. They're all dimensioned. Yeah. So these are new frames that I can put together. So let's do that. Frame, because it's just a piece, and then I want it in the center, and I want it to the outside. Okay. And can we do that for all the other ones too? So let's just try that. So this one here this one's in the wrong spot for whatever reason, and all the other ones are as well. So I don't think we can do them individually. So they just have to be done. Yeah. All individually. Initially drawn individually. I misspoke before. Right? So these are going to have a frame trim. 1, 2, 3. And the face to trim to is this one right here. Okay. Excuse me. So there's something that I'm wondering if I should do here. So instead of, see how I created all these frames? So I'm gonna delete these. 1, 2, 3. Delete. And I want to delete that as well. And I'm gonna draw this thing like I drew before. So sketch on here on this piece of frame, and I'm gonna draw some of the stuff that I did up here first, like I did the other one, because we have we should have tangent on here. Where are you? Curvature. Ah, there it is. Tangent. Everything looks different. Right, so we got that. This was, I think, 1.125 in the other one. M for trim. These are a little different. M. Right, so that is that. And now this has horizontal, vertical. I believe this I want as 10. Like this, but I want these symmetrical based on this line. So is it 2, 3? It's the same pick, it's the same everything here. It's just wonderful. Okay. So same thing here. Let's do use, we're gonna use that back thing. Cannot project entities into the current sketch. Why not? Yeah, actually, why is that? How come I couldn't do that? Just needs another go, I guess. This is horizontal, vertical. I also want to use the edge here, or I could project this in as well. Maybe let's do that. None of the entities selected can't be deleted. So we're just going to bring that in, escape use. This one and this one are construction. And I want tangency from this to here. Great. This is also like that. And I should be able to go 3, which looks great. Excellent. These two I'm just gonna make like, I don't know, 3 or something like that. So it's got lots of room. And coincident, these two, so it looks good. 3 and 3, if I bring these in. Okay. And then we can extrude, cut. So curves to extrude. Can't I do solid? These two reverse. It automatically knows to cut. And I wanted to do it up to the next point. So up to vertex right here. And I want to remove. Here we go. So same as I did before, all the exact same. And then even I want to put like a little, maybe like a little fillet on those corners too. So fillet. I'm gonna do, oh geez, really small, 0.065. Nice and small. That looks cool, right? So now I have that here. And I want to copy this up. I want to copy all of these, or maybe make a pattern, and then I'm going to cut them all. So hopefully I can do that. Actually, there's 2 ways that I wanted to try this. Can I pattern it beforehand and cut them afterwards, or cut them now and then pattern it and have all the cuts work? So I'm gonna cut them all afterwards because I know it works that way. So let's do the pattern. Linear pattern, entities, this guy here, direction, up, down, and then the distance is going to be between supports, and I want 4 total. 1, 2, 3, 4. Looks good. And I'm going to trim. Where's my trim? Trim all of these to face. Yep, it's coming back, right? And then let's mirror. So we're going to do all of these. The mirror plane is the middle, or the front plane here. Mirror plane is front. Hopefully I can join. Can I do that? Add. Adding on to the ends and hopefully not adding on to the other one. So let's do part 24, part 23, 22, 20, 21. Can I isolate this one? Hide all other parts. Let's show all the parts. We do show all parts. Show all parts and then isolate. Ooh, I like how that looks. I like how there was like a little fade out and a fade in. I'm really starting to like this program. It's fairly straightforward, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. How do I unisolate? Exit isolate, great. And then if I want them all on the other side, can I just mirror them on the other side? Yeah, I should be able to. So 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 21, 21, 21. We're just going to mirror all of those on the right plane. Your plane is right. Oh, look at you. New. Right. So 25, 26, 27, 28. Those are all similar opposite parts. I don't know if it keeps track of all that stuff, like a materialist. It is changing the color slightly. Okay, so it just changes the color based on whatever, I guess. Just as we go along. So if I wanted all the parts, can I select all these? Oh. How about all the parts? We edit appearance. So okay, edit material. So we could just do all of those as the light blue because the light blue looks cool. Although all the individual parts looks neat. So this one and this one and this one and this one are the same. This one and this one are the same. This one and this one are the same. 1, 2, 3, 4 are the same. And then these two, those two, those two, those two are all the same. So kind of a, I don't know. It's an interesting way to look at stuff. So we can. I don't think I have to. I don't think I have to save anything either on this. That's one of the nice things that I've always thought about. and it's telling me that if I'm doing something wrong right away, which Fusion does, obviously. Like if I'm doing comparison, every other one does it as well. Um, sort of, because Fusion does it after you. If there's a problem with the pick or something like that, then it'll tell you, which this one does, but it just like won't even work in this one. So the other one will try and do it, or Fusion will try and do it and stuff. I don't know. It just seems like the air handling is better done in this. So without a lot of struggle and learning the program, like I don't know this that well, it's turned out pretty much the same. We can go a little bit further too. Try and like everything is. It's not rocket science. Even if it was rocket science, it would still just be it would just be this, but more parts. Yeah, more parts, more equations. So yeah, we can make some bars to put in here. Bars, R's. Okay. I think that might be a separate. I'm trying to see if that was like a fighter jet flying by, or if that was thunder. So I think it's thunder. Could be a jet though. Turn off sketch 3. Sketch 2. Sketch 1. Alright. So we got that there. Pretty basic. And yeah. So if we went to the assembly, I don't even know how to do any of this stuff. So let's go insert. Let's do Parse Studio 1. I don't know. Let's throw it right there. Okay. Can we do wow, there's a lot of parts in here. So this is one version of that. I'm probably making I might be making this wrong. I don't really know. So how do I make one, because these are all individual parts. I should be able to make a drawing for each one of these. Right? So if I did new drawing a new folder, new drawings, and then new create drawing, for views, ANSI B, ANSI 8-inch. Where is the? Can I make this larger? Oh, there we go. Portrait, inch, DWT. Okay, it's nice that it's DWT. Ooh, look at all that. Part 1. Woo. So, setting all this stuff, obviously I don't know what I'm doing in here. So we have all this standard format, drawing number, title. None of that's been set up yet. Oh, maybe it's done right in this. I don't know what I'm doing. So insert view. One to one. So insert part 1. So here, and then do here. Oh, okay. So can I make this smaller, or there's got to be a way to shrink these things down? Can I fit brakes? Where are they? Could have sworn I seen something. Broke out section. Dimension. Ooh. Horizontal hatch. I thought it would have been on something like this. Section views. Oh, there it is. Beautiful. So here to here. Zigzags, great. So I can do oh my god, does it just work? What the actual? Get out of here. Can I break this one too? I don't think so. Maybe we can shorten this up a little bit. That looks like ass. Anyways. So just like, I don't think you really need a view in this table. Okay. How about just like a standard material list? Bill of materials. Cut list. Oh yeah. Composite parts are required to insert composite parts. Insert assembly. 1. Wow, so no part numbers, no descriptions, none of that stuff yet. So it does exist, or the data does exist anyways. Can I get a quantity of just this one part? So inspection table, styles, drawing properties. Ooh. So there's just the way that this is laid out, I like it better than the other, but it's pretty much the same. Cutting lines, like what do you want your formats, all the table preferences. It's probably units, right? Inches, a period. Trailing zeros. Zeros beforehand would be nice too. Trailing zeros. Preceding. Leading zeros, yeah. So everything has that sort of number, and then you could say like based on this, it's good to the nearest hundredth. So third angle projection. Not the other way around. Usually I would like to have like another piece here, even if it was small. I guess that would be okay. And then this view here, Could be like, I don't know, 1 to 10 or something. No, too small. 1 to 5, 4, maybe 3. There we go. I don't know what I was doing with that one. Have this here, and then just like a quantity, and maybe I can make a can I make an attribute? How is it tracking the quantities of things? So, or what does this look like? Can I double up the part numbers? So let's go back home and into the assembly of this. Right, so like this one here, not 24, 24 and 28. Can I say that this is shown opposite? Because that would be really cool. Because these things help quite a lot in the workflow. Or can I number everything? Like, how do I do that? So bill of materials, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, like all this other stuff here. Structured. Right, so this one and this one should be the same. 1 and 2. So this one here and this one here, if I don't explicitly copy that over, if I did all this stuff here and I copied this, so let's try that out just in the part studio. I don't have a bill of material, I don't think, in here. No. Can I copy this one? Copy part. Ooh. Copy part 1, and then pasting part 1. So now I have 2 of these. But can I say that this part is that same part? Because it is the same part. It's the exact same part. So this is what I mean. I'm not drawing in a way that this is actually correct. So if I was to, because this is numbering as I'm going along, there's a definite way to do stuff in this. So when I mirrored all this stuff here, it's not the same, right? So I can just delete all this stuff here if I can. Can I remove just the delete 11 feature? No. That deletes 16 parts. So how I drew all this matters. Because if I want all these parts here at the end, right, onto the other side, then it's not, I don't draw the frame out like I would here. I draw it out like I drew it in Fusion. So this, I just drew the frame on the bottom, and then I drew one on the top, and then I drew the sides, and then I did all this, and then mirrored all that. So instead of that, I should have copied, moved it over, or something like that. Or this is an assembly. Right now I need 2 of those, and which means all these are doubled. That makes more sense, right? Or do I number this and it does the look of it by itself. So when you're doing yeah. So it's a different way to think about all that stuff. To get the numbers and the drawings to work correctly, I need to be. Yeah, see, that's difficult. That's probably the one reason, or I think that's probably, yeah, it has to be one of the reasons where the really expensive software is the price that it is, because it does that analysis afterwards. So now that I have all this, interrogate the model to see which ones look the same. Right, so all these parts, even though they're individual parts, I don't want to have to detail this twice. I want it to know that when I produce a drawing for this, it knows that there's 2 in the model, and then there's 4 of these, and there's four of these, right, and 2 of each one of these, and 16 end caps or something, or 8 end caps. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah. Or how would you make it, right? So this is a good exercise in knowing knowing how they all work. Let's see here. Let's ask: is there a way in Onshape to tell the BOM that 2 parts are the same part? It's the same definition. Share the same metadata, part number, name, other identifying properties. The BOM aggregates the parts based on their identity, which is determined by the part's source. Same part studio or assembly instance. Metadata: if the 2 parts are appearing as separate entities in the BOM, then they should be the same. It's likely due to the differences in how they're defined. Pretty straightforward. Here's how to address this and ensure the BOM recognizes 2 parts are the same. Right, so great, you drew a frame, but now there's a whole bunch of stuff that aren't the same. And just like, oh no, I have to detail all of these parts, but there's doubles. I ran into this when I did structural steel as well. There's like 25 part numbers for the one thing, and it's just like, I don't know why it always made something different. And to save time, we just didn't care about it. The shop went through all of them and they grouped them together and just said, okay, they're just making 25 of these. And they just kind of dealt with it. So I've only had a liter of water today. Not quite. Happy 420, folks. Now that's a liter. one part is derived or copied, or a copied version of another from another part, studio, or document. Okay. I was actually going to try this. So if I go back into Part Studio 1. Oops. Right. And I select one, and I just like copy and paste. Can I do a copy and paste? Paste. I don't even know if you could do that in this. What's a composite part? Composite, like put together? Ooh. Ah. Maybe I can do that. 1, 2. What is a... It's a part of many parts, I think. Okay, so individual components. Composite parts are particularly useful for grouping related parts to streamline workflows without permanently merging or modifying the original geometry. Okay, so like, oops. So can we do suppress and suppress? Move face. Yeah, let's get a whole bunch of shit broken here. So I did that the first way. I don't know, is there a version that I can do here? Before I like start destroying everything. Let's okay. Let's do a git. I can't do that. That is rad. You're telling me that I can create a version? Create. This is very cool. Compare, repair, and all that stuff. So this is V1. We can go to the start. Show change. So main. This is what I'm working in right now. More than, what does it say? More than 50, more than 50 parts, 50 changes. They got Git built into this. I like it. And you can merge the changes. Can you fork it and all that stuff? You must be able to do how to merge. So there's opening this one. So if I go view and repair. Oh, okay. Isn't that interesting? What's today? Is today Tuesday or Wednesday? Shit, I forgot. I think it's Tuesday, right? Tuesday. Well, isn't that sweet? Comments. Tag entity markup. Where used. Where used not included. And then performance. What's this about here? WebGL. Connection. Latency, nothing. We're right on. Yeah, GTX 1080. WebGL, yep. I never really thought you can have multiple tabs open. Yeah. Part Studios, assemblies open, one drawing open. Lots of primitives. Wow, look at all that. 56,262. Lines, edges, faces. Features. Oh, cool. I like that. Total generation time 775 milliseconds. Show regen times. Wow. End caps, yeah, a little bit longer. Okay. And it's still like within a second. That's pretty cool. Version, create a version. Right on. I'm so used to that, just like a version on like save. It's so like built into it. When I go and make changes, I'm not making changes to like a previous version. So if I was to say on this top frame, we're gonna change this a little bit now, and maybe not even do this like particular thing. We're gonna go all the way back to, I don't know, because we can destroy a lot of this stuff now. Not that mirror. So we'll just do that one. Frame trim, that's good. Shoot is good. So this sketch is pretty much what I want to create everything with. So this, the frame 2 and frame 3 are gonna die here. The frame 1 is going to also die. So we'll just get rid of that one. Delete. Frame. This one down here, frame 4 is going to delete. End cap is going to delete. All these trims are going to delete here. Right? 5 and 6 are gone. So really, all I'm really doing is really simplifying what I have here. 2, 3. These are gone here. plane 2, some stuff here in the sketch. So this is where I am going to generate a lot of the stuff here. So I have no frame, right? There's nothing to, there's some missing components and stuff here. That was a check dimension, so I can't even use that anymore. That's all still available, but now I can do where is this here? So sketch 3 is on. Can I make this with normal entities? I can. And then we're gonna go inside. Insides for everything. And that looks pretty dope. So we're gonna miter, why not? Right? And then frame 7. We're gonna do all that stuff here. The sketch, but we're gonna do the mirror. So missing part of frame. What are we missing here? So we're doing a mirror of this. Part 5. Right? All the way up. But we don't actually have to... we're going to trim this first, I think. We did a mirror and then a pattern? No, we did this afterwards. So linear pattern and then the mirror. So all of these are done. But before the mirror is done, we are also going to trim all these things. So where's the trim? Oh, I know it's here somewhere. So frame trim, all these guys. Face, not this one. Right. One, two, three, four. It was a little slow going on there. And then we can mirror the whole thing. Oh, it's thinking. Let it do some syncing. Yes. Right. So that all looks good. And then this could be, this is like a composite part here. So frame trim, this is delete. Part plane 2 can be turned off. Sketch 1 is turned off. Sketch 2 is turned off. So we have, you know, essentially that's plane 1 is turned off. Origin, turn that off too. And sketch 3. So we have 2 of these sides, and then we're gonna have 4 of these pieces in the middle. So we could say rack side 1, side, rack side, side. Yeah, and then we could save this, create another version of this. Create. So I started off with a version. So show change, show changes. So there's 38 changes. to this. It's quite a lot of things, right? It's like, what did you do to all these? So it's looking at all the different things. So we started off with this. V1 looked like that. Pretty cool. It's loading in all the data. And V2 is just the side, because we now know that, you know, it's all these pieces have to be copied. And with that, so in the assembly, I have assembly 1. I need to this is no good anymore. Viewing V2. So assembly 1. What does it say here? Has an error, failed to resolve instance. So we can just maybe delete that. Versions are view only. Okay. Okay, so can I how do I get rid of this? I just want to remove all the parts. Release. Ooh. Clear selection. Check interference. Oh, that's cool. That's not what I wanted. So this is sheet metal 1. That's what I do. Filament rack size. So the create. Can I just go to created by me? I want to go to the filament rack side. So I have assembly. Failed to resolve instance. I guess we can just select them all. So is there a way to insert? So number 1, just throw that wherever. And then insert another one of these. So the BOM should have doubles of things, right? Structure flattened. Okay. So all 2, that's wonderful. And oh, these are treated as a individual thing. So if I go back into my part, if I make this a composite part, all of these, right? All of these together, this should move together. Is that my understanding? So that is correct. That's good. Composite part. Show selection. Clear this. Okay. I gotta see a video on this or something. How do I so all the parts in here, and then composite parts, there's one. So, but these are still individual parts. Now, do I make these the assembly of this? If I go back, can I remove all degrees of freedom from two entities? Slider, planar, cylindrical, tangent. I want to group all of these things. Okay. So this should all move as one. Makes sense. Show mates, snap mode, group, replicate. Using a seed instance as an input, locate geometry identical to that which the seed is mated, and replicate the seed on matching geometry. I have what? Replicate instance. Match faces in parts. So there is a thing. Match faces in parts, match faces in features, individual faces. Individual faces. Okay, well that makes sense. So there's like a part and then the assembly. So replicate. Faces, individual faces, faces and parts. I don't know what the replicate means. Parts to match. Maybe I'm not thinking about that right. Oh man, getting stiff. Create part studio in context. Select origin mate connector. Yeah, I gotta go through like a tutorial or something where all this stuff is being used. Replace instance. Oh, that's cool. So in this assembly, I grouped all of these. So mate features. Mates are joints, or like or mates. Then I guess if I wanted to copy all of these over, so this is group 1-1, right? Can I do a fastened mate? So from the center of this one, let's do U to U. Solve. So there's no, yeah, I don't know, it's not, I don't have an understanding here. Okay, I gotta do more homework on that. And well, it's been fun. I think 4:45. I'm gonna start to go make some dinner here, and yeah, or maybe we'll visit this tomorrow. That was a lot of fun. I really enjoyed that. The I wouldn't mind to like figure out how to make some drawings and stuff, and then I'll post this on the other thing. We can see if is there even like a rendering thing on this? So that would be pretty cool. V2. Show the V1. Is there? This is a public document. Is there no rendering on this? That'd be too bad. It's nice to have like at least a little bit of a render. Is there any rendering? Maybe there isn't. Maybe it's a part of the home or something. So we got an Onshape home. Professional in enterprise, not available in free or standard educational. Photorealistic renderings using NVIDIA iRay technology, simulating realistic lighting, materials, and textures. So yeah, this doesn't do. The free doesn't do anything. 2.1 megapixels, 1920 by 1080 for standard render, 100 megapixels with Render Studio Advanced for high resolution marketing or AR VR. Cloud based. Holy moly! I really sank down in the chair here. It's funny. Sorry about that. Cloud-based, no high-end GPUs or dedicated workstations, making it accessible on any web-connected device. Boo. I'm inactive? How do I make myself active again? Or maybe that just means it's like no, you cannot. There's a learning center. Okay, let's try this out. New to Onshape. Multi-part studios. That's what I was really looking for, I think, in Onshape assemblies. Multi-part studios. There's probably one like frame generator or something like that. Detailed drawings. Oh, it's like a whole course. Oh, ain't that something? That's pretty cool. Dazzle them with the basics, right? Multi-part sketching. Yeah, maybe we can go over all the stuff here. Sign out, show details. 18% complete. Wait. Did I do some of this stuff already? I don't even remember. There we go. Let me start that over. Resume course. Yeah, I'm gonna go get started on some dinner. I will catch you guys